All right, good morning, everybody. Let's get this camera on. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well today. Lots to discuss as we kick off a Thursday. We got everything from oil popping, Tesla dropping, nat gas inventories today, gold trying to make a little bit of recovery. You got crypto acting well. You got quantum stocks catching some of that Trump bid. Dom C saying, did I not say oil's starting its run to 100 a few days back? Well, um, you probably did say that in the chat. There's just so many I can't really remember, but if you did, nice job. Um, I've been accumulating with members in XOM. They all know that. We're already have our call options deep in the money. We're writing the 115 calls for November 7th, so those are already nicely in the money. So we've been certainly have a lot of energy exposure. We also have CVX call options, Chevron calls, which we've been accumulating ever since we've kind of tested that daily 200 moving average, which was much, much lower down here, putting in a nice formation, breaking out to the high side. So our 155 calls are in the money. And then we also have some different exposure in the OIH. So certainly we are positioned well for an oil boom in the event that it does. Dom C saying also that quantum bit is a joke. It's 10 million. Oh, that's absolutely not. Well, you know what? It's an endorsement, and maybe there's more. And I want to pump it because I'm long QBTS. So I've been short these quantum stocks. We've taken quite a nice amount of profit. Now pump the hell out of this thing. I would not mind to see QBTS back to the highs here. That would probably put my call options up. If we test this high here, 34 bucks, I should be up over 170%, give or take. So I'm long quantum. We were long yesterday in the live trading room, and it went farther and deeper than I expected. We started accumulating in this region. I thought my calls were going to be cooked, but nevertheless, boom, get that Trump pump, and I absolutely love it. So acting quite well already. We also sent out an alert yesterday in the common share investing group to buy quantum QBTS. We're already up about 11% off of this news just on the pure common shares alone. So, you know, whether it's a small amount or not, you're probably right. It is a small amount. I actually haven't even dived into the report of it, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. That is a pretty minuscule amount, but the market is the market. This is a trending theme, and once the Trump kind of sprinkles his effect on stocks, we've seen it in Lithium Americas Corp, where the stock absolutely ran to the high side. Obviously it's come back down to earth a little bit, but LAC, ever since it got that Trump endorsement, Intel has been a dead stock for, such a long time down in this base. Trump does the sprinkle effect, boom, it absolutely catapults. You saw it in CRML. CRML was also kind of just trading in no man's land, and then boom, it absolutely just has a magnificent spike. So obviously, quantum is still a hot sector, guys. You just have to understand that. It's not so much more of a fundamental play. It's more of a, um, what's the correct word? It's more of a momentum play at these current levels because if you're doing a fundamental valuation, you really can't do a fundamental valuation right now since there's no sort of really much revenue to go by or profit. All right, let's see what else is moving. Typically, you do see a monster bid when a stock pierces and goes from 52-week highs in such a quick succession. I mean, look at where we popped to. 34 bucks on QBTS. That is crazy. That just so happens to be a 382 fib level, a retrace of this down move. So let's see if we can pump that puppy back up. All right, let's go to, whoops, I want that. Where is my, Oh, did TradingView change some shit around? Yeah, they did too. Ah, there it is. There it is. All right, we'll go to full screen mode here so we can start jumping into some analysis of stocks and equities. I think the big one obviously is Tesla. You know, I haven't really looked into much of Tesla's earnings. That being said, they did beat on the revenue, and that's kind of what I care about. You know, the revenue trend for Tesla is actually not looking too bad. Let me just pull up this chart. I'll post it in the group. Just give me a second here. And that's really all that I kind of care about at this point is the fact that they did basically post the highest revenue since for a long time. I mean, let me go back. Let's see how long I can go back. But Tesla did put in a new revenue high, which is a good sign right now. It's showing that the revenue growth is slowly starting to come back into the picture. Obviously, EPS was a little bit weak, but let me post this chart for you guys in the group. So at least they're still showing revenue growth. That's one thing that Wall Street does like is rev growth. Um, so I'm actually looking at a potential buy on Tesla, guys, today, a scalp long. There's some critical areas you want to maintain and hold. I'd love to see it come down and fill this gap, but we will certainly see. So the thing I want to bring to your attention, guys, is Tesla for the last 3 quarters has now started a potential new trend where it is growing its revenue. So that being said, yeah, I know top line doesn't mean much, but it's still a positive metric to look at. You know, it's still a speculative stock in the sense that, you know, you're bidding on its cyber taxi, you're bidding on its Optimus Prime. I still think Elon's got a lot of rabbits up his sleeve. He's just so connected with the space theme, the satellite space race. You know, Tesla still, I think, has a lot of room. Just on a pure momentum, I think Tesla can actually still breach that high. We've pretty much seen every Magnificent Seven stock take out the highs. So that's kind of what I'm expecting Tesla to do is test that all-time high. It came so close to doing it. I find it hard pressed not to think it doesn't do it. That would wipe out a lot of the short interest. Remember, that's what the market likes to do is take liquidity on the long side and the short side, right? So I think that is a something that is seriously needs to be considered. UNH downtrend. Yeah, basically a pump and dump. And that's all I really care about is maybe there's a long trade. That's all it is, right? You know, it's like these quantum stocks. I'm long quantum. Do I think they're solid companies? Absolutely not. Are they garbage dumpster fires? 100% they are. Are their valuations stretched even with the recent decline? Sure thing. But our investment market does not run on fundamentals. Let's just say that. All right, Peter saying UNH downtrend. Yeah, UNH getting slapped a little bit here. Potentially cracking below the 7 and 20. Obviously, it does have earnings. I still thought UNH, I would love to see UNH retest inside of this channel again. You know, 324. If I was to have my ideal retrace, it would be back to this breakout zone, kind of a 301 volume shelf retest. I would be a buyer with both hands down there for that. All right, let's see what else. I'm gonna just open up my brokerage here. Sorry, guys, I haven't opened that up. IBM stock is getting absolutely crushed too. They did post a double beat, and the stock is gapping down right into the 50-day moving average. This one, I would expect it's probably going to try to retest this zone. I would be a day trade scalp long off of a pierce of the 200, backtesting this previous pivot resistance zone, this little bounce spot, this consolidation. That looks to be just basically off of quick first glance. That looks to be where I think that IBM wants to go. Let's just see where yeah, it's still trickling down to the low. So that's a nasty, nasty decline there for IBM. I don't know what the hell they said, but nasty. Look at natural gas right now, guys. Free falling, free falling. Triggering what? Back to that neckline. There are two head and shoulders formations on watch for nat gas, guys. There are two of them. I repeat, two head and shoulders. We should fulfill the one today. Obviously, it's inventory day today. Maybe there was a bit of a sneak peek sell there, but that's a nasty little down move for natural gas. I'm still long KOLD. It's just been chopping around, still looking for first profit target to come into play. But I really want nat gas to kind of crack this region here. You know, it's just been chopping people up and out, and it's getting close to triggering a nice head and shoulders formation here. Very close, and we should retest some lower boundary areas. But if that head and shoulders breaks on the hourly chart, that's an even bigger fall, about a 4.7% fall. And look at that. So pattern one puts you back into first support. Pattern two puts you back into that little consolidation futures pump. Look at quantum, guys. QBTS absolutely flying. Pump it up. Pump it up. Let's go. Baby, let's go. What a monster move to the upside there on quantum stocks. Pump these stocks up, guys. IONQ kind of lagging. Rigetti trying to get going. Let's look at QUBT trying to get going, but QBTS absolutely ripping here and roaring. I love to see that. Thank you very much. Now I hope it holds these gains, but wow, look at QBTS. That is a filthy, filthy beast right now. Pushing up through that whole entire down move, guys. QBTS is trying to recapture that whole entire yesterday's down move. It was down 15%. Right now, QBTS is up 18.76% and pumping. I love to see that. Hold steady, QBTS. Please hold steady for the open. Keep it hot. All right. Jeez, I'm getting distracted here. Let's see what else. All right, update later. I gotta update my brokerage here. All right, so we're gonna run through some news headlines, some of the stocks that are moving. I'm just opening up my scanner here. Let's get just gonna keep a little side window open here. Just a little side window open. We can watch the IWM and SPY. Just give me a quick second here. Just opening up my scanner. All right, so let's go through some of the top gainers. NASDAQ. We'll keep that Russell open. Let's go to the daily chart. WST reporting earnings. Stock is gapping up to the high side. Remember, this was a ticker that we actually traded in the live trading room when we shorted this area here. That's no longer a short zone. Come on, get off my screen. But yeah, we absolutely crushed that. I remember when we took double-digit gains off that short level in the live trading room. Now the stock is gapping up. Next real resistance is the weekly 200. So I think that that's probably a long into the weekly 200. It is popping up on earnings right now. Let's just remove some of these key trend lines. No longer need them. Yes. So that was a previous area. Next real resistance is going to be into that weekly 200. But that's a stock that's now into its gap window, guys. So it's looking pretty decent for a potential move into that gap fill. So call it 317. It should clear that. Looking interesting. All right, what else do we got moving? So QBTS is obviously ripping. Ferrari has had a nice bounce off of the lows. We did trade that one. VLO and energy stocks, guys, are absolutely roaring. So we're going to take some profits on our XOM 115s and we'll trim some CVX 155s today. Those will be nice. Let's look at TRU, TransUnion reporting earnings. Stock is gapping up, so things are looking a-okay. Las Vegas Sands stock is gapping up on earnings. A nice print, so it's showing that there is still a lot of tourism in Vegas. People are gambling, people are spending. Positive sign so far. Economy still seems to be chugging along. Chug-a-lug-a-lug. Let's see what else we got going. RTO, Rent-A-Kill. Nothing to do there. Let's look at China stocks. Alibaba seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market. Let's look at our NASDAQ here. See if there's anything worth mentioning. Beyond Meat, guys. Wow. Look at BYND, guys. Down at the lows. That's crazy. What an absolute drop, guys, on BYND. That is one of the filthiest candles you will see, and we shorted that pretty much at the high, right into a major pivot level. That was a clinical trade. I still have one contract left on the 550 puts, and we have till next week. So well, hopefully that IV gets squeezed and the contracts just start to run a little bit. It was a little bit of a, I guess, a bad, even though we picked the near-term high, the IV was so high on these contracts, they didn't print as much as they would have. But nevertheless, we still made money. Let's see what else is worth mentioning here. Okay, nothing really on the NASDAQ front there. Let's look at other movers here. All right, so Molina, guys, MOH is under quite a bit of pressure this morning. Stock is gapping down. And guys, what's really friggin' crazy is look what stock we might get to trade again. CNC. CNC gapping down. Now, this is one we had to hold. I remember we traded this gap down. It absolutely just knifed on us. So we held it as a swing. Eventually, it came up. We made about 5% on the trade. And we got stopped out of the rest of the half. Now this stock is gapping down. And believe it or not, I don't mind trading this stock. We're potentially going to get it at about a 10% premium discount to where we had it before. So we made money on CNC eventually. It took several weeks once the rounding formation broke out. But CNC gapping down again. And I think that this is a bit of a liquidity grab ahead of their earnings. I think that you're probably going to see this stock gap up on earnings. So I don't mind CNC. I would look for that 50-day moving average retest, kind of this impulse green candle bar. That impulse green candle bar is kind of your highest buying volume back here on September 24th. So not a bad zone, I think, for a small little retest. Let's just throw up a quick fib retrace off of this zone. So yeah, maybe even 32.16, give or take. But healthcare stocks is certainly under pressure. But I'm going to maybe look for this one, build into a position. as the stock approaches its earnings is a little bit of a lotto. I'm just going to take common shares since the stock is cheap itself. All right, let's look at ON Semiconductor. That is also under a little bit of pressure this morning. ROP under some pressure this morning. Wow, push these quantum stocks, guys. Push them. Push them, push them, push them. We're testing 3281. We're above yesterday's gap down high. That is brilliant. I love to see that. Now I just hope that it holds. Hold the line, quantum stocks. Hold that line. That would be absolutely beautiful. All right, back to the New York Stock Exchange. Let's see what else we got going on. Okay, miners. You do have some gold miners reporting earnings today. I think there's Newmont. Gold right now is ripping up 0.89%. Yes, Dom, gold's ripping, if you didn't know. All right, so again, we touched base on Molina Healthcare. There's actually a potential day trade on MOH. I didn't really isolate any levels. But I would let this sweep the lows, guys, and we can maybe look for a scalp long. Actually, this stock, just based off of pure volume, can go down to 137. But I would look for a sweep of the low, and we would have a day trade long. Yeah, that's not a bad zone. I think I have an alert there. Let me just, yep, that's an alert there. So, again, Molina, double bottom, Pierce, sweep. I would scalp that on the long side today, okay? Definitely. Definitely. Look at that hard candle. Nastiness. It's going to be some serious volume down there today. You traded so much volume down here already. Now this is going to be another high volume. This could be a bit of a double bottom liquidity sweep zone. Let's just see on the weekly chart where we're trading into. Yeah, you got a massive pivot here from 2020 that you're back testing. You got a pivot high from 2018. So this is a big area for Molina Healthcare. MOH just purely based off of a scalping long. Don't know if it's going to be the true bottom. It certainly could be, but nasty report there on the EPS side. Pretty filthy. All right, let's see what else we got. Integer Holdings, ITGR. I'm not really familiar with this ticker, but let's take a peek. ITGR right now getting slapped, not too much volume in the pre-market, gapping down sharply, closing at 109, under 100. Wow, that's a nasty technical breakdown for this name. Let's just look at what we're trading into, a whole bunch of chop and slop. You can see you're back testing that little bit of a breakout trend line right now. So there will be some support there. Yikes, but that's a nasty chart. You are going to be oversold slightly, but that is filthy. Yikes. I'll have to do some work on that. I'm not really too sure about that level yet because that is a big technical breakdown on a larger time frame. Don't really like that. There might not be a bid in it until we get down to this 83-ish area, until we undercut this neckline. Yeah, so we'll have to watch that. That's a pretty disgusting breakdown. So again, it seems that the whole entire healthcare complex stays under pressure. XLV slightly down, UNH down, ELV. I'm seeing a lot of these top losers in your healthcare complex. Elevance Health is down. Eli Lilly is slightly down. Humana is slightly down on the session. Centene Corporation, CNC. So there's very few tickers that aren't down in the healthcare complex. Let's look at Merck. Merck is actually showing some strength. Go figure. All right, let's look at some unusual volume in the NYSE. So 9 Energy Services, ticker NINE, 9. Seeing some unusual volume down here, a bit of a penny stock. IONQ is on the unusual volume. QBTS is on the unusual volume. Lending Club gapping up on earnings. That's seeing quite a bit of volume in the pre-market. Nice potential long setup. This one's probably going to sweep the highs, guys. This one definitely looks like it's going to sweep those highs. So, I mean, that could be pressed for a long setup today. You can already see on its earnings, it's spiked through that area. So it's looking pretty good, I think. Let's look at NOK, Nokia, tomato. All right, that's also pressing higher. STM, nasty fall on earnings. Still a top and bottom line beat. This one probably is only a scalp potential. I would say, honestly, into this gap fill. That's probably where it wants to go. You can see it's at the dead lows of the session. So leave that one alone. What else do we have? Let's look at the NASDAQ. Unusual top active stocks here. No, I want to go unusual volume. That's what I want to look at. SC and X. That's seeing a crazy amount of volume. SC and X pumping to the high side today. There's probably news on that ticker. Let me just take a quick peek. SCNX. SCNX shares are trading higher after the company announced the start of commercial sales and fulfillment of first orders for Arbly. I don't even know what the hell that is. Arbly. Oral suspensions expanding options for hypertension patients. Oh, okay, so hypertension, pharmaceutical drugs kind of thing. Says Arbly oral suspension, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it's a bit of a pharma play. Of course it is. Usually most stocks aren't up that much. Ventyx Biosciences, VTYX, up 101% today. Yikes. What is that doing? That's a filthy, filthy, filthy move. So VTYX. Look at that gap up. Trading all the way at 770. Huge mover. Big chop up in this region. You've got some massive volatility. Again, the news on that bad boy. Just keep in mind that's a half a billion stock, 553 million, so very small. VTYX. Ventyx surges. Okay. On mid-stage trial data for heart disease drug. Citing initial results from a phase 2 trial for the once-daily drug in patients with cardiovascular risks factors for obesity. Ah, interesting. So it's a cardiovascular play. This is where I think you're going to see probably some other positive signs in other cardiovascular stocks. Just keep that in mind. Names like CADL, I think, are eventually going to catch a bid. Again, they're very speculative in nature, but I do think they will catch a bid at some point. BCDA is another one that's kind of consolidating nicely here. I think that would also catch a bid just based off of a cardiovascular biotech theme that not many people are talking about. All right, let's keep looking at some other things. Robin Energy, ticker RBNE, seeing a nice gap up this morning. Don't know what the news is. Stocks market cap is tiny, 24 mil. Not even going to go into that one. Let's see what else. Safe and Green Holdings. That's up nicely. Let's look at some other things here. All right, American Airlines are actually seeing a decent bid today. Also reporting earnings. Stock is gapping up. Looks like it's a top and bottom line beat. Yep, EPS beat of 38%. Revenue slightly higher than expectations. Plug Power doing well. Oh yeah, we also had QuantumScape report earnings last night. QS. reporting earnings. Stock is still a dumpster fire, but obviously it's a momentum trade. Basically, the stock is gapping up here. It looks like it could be a momentum trade. You can see that it has pulled well off of the highs. You can see the after hours low volume spike, but market makers typically like to retest those high spikes. Whoops, spelled high wrong. High. Sometimes. So QuantumScape again is another potential momentum play this morning, guys. It's well off of its earnings high. You can see its earnings high spiked all the way basically to its 7-day moving average. You're well down here. I would naturally expect it to retest the 20-day moving average today. Okay. Yeah, what a trade on QBTS is right, Sarfraz. You're absolutely right. We're going to print on that today. We got call options. We got common shares. Beautiful. I would love to see it press to that news pop high, 34 bucks. It could press. It could press. Absolutely. We'll see. Obviously, it still has to hold, but QBTS acting well in this region. All right, I'm going to go back to the New York Stock Exchange. Let's see some of our most active stocks that we haven't discussed. Big Bear AI seeing a little bit of strength. Ooh, look at this TE. T1 Energy has been a hot stock, guys. That is getting clobbered today. Clobbered down about 15%, 14% or so. Nasty fall on T Energy. This one actually could get a day tradable bounce. You can see you're back testing that previous weekly high pivot. Not a bad area for a potential. You got rejected and slapped off that weekly 200 moving average. That looks sublime. Crazy. Look at that. T1. I'm going to keep that on the radar, guys. Actually, I think that if they undercut this pivot low, liquidity sweep, that might be a beautiful area to potentially take it on the long side. Again, oil stocks, guys, are filthy, filthy beasts to the upside. This morning, we got crude oil just ripping and roaring. Look at that move into the 50-day. So again, members, if you didn't hear this morning, I'm looking to trim my CVX 155 calls. Those are going to print. I'm also looking at trimming my XOM 115 calls, which are deep in the money. Those are going to print. So we will be securing some profits in the XLE energy sector today. We also have a different exposure, which I won't discuss until we take some profits. You look at Dow today, guys. DOW ripping on earnings here. This one has been so depressed. I think it's getting into a definite buy down here. Double bottom on the weekly chart. That is your COVID low double bottom. Dow looks ready for a bit of a swing trade long, in my opinion. I want to see if they can, if this stock gets sold into on earnings, I would love to see it get that tombstone down move back down. Gap fill would be a stellar buy for us. Absolutely. Peter saying breaking Chinese state oil major suspended Russian oil purchase on fears of over new U.S. sanctions. Interesting. Thank you for that. I appreciate that headline. Here's the thing, right? There's going to be so much backdoor trading. China can say one thing to kind of give the U.S. the think that the U.S. is kind of, leading this song and dance, this tariff and trade war. But that oil is going to make it to China. No doubt. That oil is going to make it to China one way or another. So they say one thing. It's a matter of what they do. Obviously, we don't have the full insights behind the scenes. That's where we have to look at some of the data, crude oil inventories. But I appreciate that news. Thank you, Peter. Yep, gold is breaking out here again, guys. Gold is breaking out. So anyone holding their GLD calls, you're in the money nicely. I took a nice chunk yesterday, so I'm not really too worried about that. That one can push a little bit. Gold, I still think can revisit this 4,000 area, guys. So just keep that in mind. But the big area that I'm looking for is this 4170 area. How does gold react there? 921. All right, let's just quickly look at a couple other things. Uranium right now is still under a little bit of pressure, down about 1 point. No, sorry, it's up. It's up on the session slightly. Let's look at SMR. That stock is also down. No, it's up a little bit, just slightly back to its previous consolidation. Look at that full round trip on nuclear stocks. Oklo right now is seeing a little bit of distribution in the pre-market, so that name is under a little bit of pressure. Novo Nordisk is down. Let's see. Have a look at VG. What do you think? Let's take a peek. Venture Global. Yeah, stock is trying to form a little bit of a base. I mean, not much data. I would think that you're going to try to get this volume, sweep it, but it is trying to firm up here. I would say this is a long. As long as you stay above your 7-day moving average, you can trade this on the long side. If you lose that 7 MA, which is at 923, you got to get out of this trade because then you're going to go sweep these lows. You know, I would feel much more comfortable if you fill this lower boundary gap down here. I don't know if that will happen, but that's where I would feel. Yeah, AEC, NNE, all these speculative names, they all want some potential moves to the upside. Yeah, UUU looks like it wants to squeeze here. If it can get above that 7-day moving average, looking pretty filthy. All right, we got 7 minutes till the open. Oh yeah, Oscar Health, guys, is seeing some distribution as well. OSCR, that is down a little bit in the pre-market. So OSCR gapping down with kind of that healthcare. Let's look at HIMS, since I know a lot of you trade HIMS as well. Same with me. HIMS is also under some pressure this morning, but HIMS is actually into a big support area. I still had it going a little lower, but definitely due for a tiny little bounce off of that zone. I wouldn't be surprised. All right, time for me to stand up. 7 minutes till the open. Let's get this trading session underway. Again, quantum stocks will be on watch. Anonymous saying can't see labor data, probably because the government is still shut down. We are going to keep QBTS open here. Open up my brokerage. Again, I do have a few stocks on watch, guys. Just a few. We'll hold up SPY here. Gold is ripping. Dollar got rejected pretty hard there. Crude oil getting a little choppy up in this region. Why isn't my iPad turning on here? All right, let's open everything up here. Just gonna clean up this chart a little bit. Don't need all those. So you can see initially SPY had that huge sell-off yesterday, bouncing off of our level, our lawsuit level. I should label that. Class action claim, guys. I started filing the paperworks. You're all going to get something in the mail. I put each and every one of your names. We're going for $1,000,000 a pop. But SPY's not looking terrible, guys. It did break out. Now we got to watch for, do we trigger a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders? Um, we will certainly find out. So I got IBM on watch. I want it a little bit lower. I got Tesla on my other window. QBTS. Is Weeble done getting spanked? I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. It's just been a dog down here. You got that falling wedge pattern on the daily that's trying. You can see it clearly on the hourly chart here, bouncing nicely off that falling wedge. But this pattern, this chart just keeps disappointing me at every turn. So I'm not going to waste my breath on it until I actually see a definitive move back above, say, 1130-ish, but I would think it's supposed to be done. SMCI real quick. Yeah, SMCI fell um, to $50 there. What, did it fall in the pre-market here? Am I missing something? Oh, wow, yeah. Whoa, I didn't even see that. Good observation there, Sarf. I'm not too sure. A little bit of weakness off of semis there. Interesting. That's quite crazy. So let's get ready for the open here, ladies and gents. So again, members, we're going to be taking profits at some point today off of XOM and Chevron. We'll also be looking at pulling some profits on the call side of QBTS. Okay, let's see what happens here. 20 seconds till the open. Nat gas getting hit. Crude oil still holding steady. Gold up 1.19. Bitcoin up 1.45. SPY slightly green here in the pre-market. Qs are slightly negative. Russell 2000 up 0.42%. Markets are open, ladies and gents. Markets are open. S&P still holding steady. Tesla's certainly coming in, guys. There might be a Tesla trade. All right, guys, I closed out my QBTS $31 calls. I closed them out at, I don't even know what I got filled here, but I took profits on my QBTS I just took profits. I don't even care. We'll see. So my average was 75 cents. I don't even know what I got filled at here. Got a fill at 229. So again, you probably can get more, but I just wanted to close those initial short dated calls. So from 75 cents to 225. Beautiful. Sorry, 229. Boom. Profits booked. Stunning move, guys. Stunning, stunning, stunning. All right, Tesla's coming in hot and heavy, guys. IBM's catching a nice sizable bid. So we've booked huge profits on Quantum there, QBTS. We'll see how much the stock wants to come in. I'm looking at Tesla. Tesla's coming into its gap fill down 5.32%. It is falling here. Tesla's falling. You know what stock is looking good is Serve Robotics is trying to firm up. IBM, what a bounce in IBM. All right, Tesla is into a bit of an aggressive long zone here, guys. TSLA seeing a little bit of support down this region. It did fill that lower boundary gap. It's trying to bounce here. Again, not a bad area for a Tesla long, that's for sure. For a scalp long, whether or not the level holds on a swing trading basis, there is some support here. Webull getting slapped around again, not doing too much there. Vistra having a good day. Tesla, IBM really strong bounce there. Look at Tessie. I would love to see Tessie fill that lower boundary gap. SE still under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at that Molina Healthcare. Tesla still down 4.6% on the session. Quantum, look at Tesla bouncing off of that parallel channel, guys. Really good bounce there. Decent bounce on Tessie. Really, really good. Webull slightly negative. Nat Gas is still down. SMCI down about 3.9%. Did anyone figure out what that news was on SMCI? Because I'm not too sure what happened there, but it was a good observation that Surfer has made. It had that quick knife down into that support level. Tesla's trying to bounce a little bit. What else do we have going on? QBTS still up sharply, 14%. LiDAR stocks are trying to make a move. Serve Robotics coming in from the highs. ENVX, that stock is still under quite a bit of pressure this morning. All right, Chevron. Crude oil is still holding steady. There's just initial little bit of wave of profit taking in Chevron here, guys. CVX. Tesla going lower, guys. Look at that puppy fall. I'd love to see it undercut that low there. Go, Tessie, go. Tesla's going into gap fill. Undercut that major pivot. Come on. CVX is still deep in the money, guys. As I did trim half of my CVX at 474, locking, sorry, 475, locking in some gains. Trimmed half of my CVX call options. SPY still hanging in there. Quantum stocks are still hanging in there. MGN, that's down 12.6. SMCI getting rocked today. IONQ is doing well. Airline stocks are still holding steady. Beyond Meat, guys. BYND. Another down day for BYND. That's coming in hot and heavy. Let's see if these contracts have settled down here. The IV expansion and explosion. That's why we bought a little bit of time. Still at $3. I mean, we're still up nicely on BYND. If you're wanting to trim, by all means, not a bad zone. Energy stocks have started to see a little bit of profit taking off of the highs. That was to be expected with a gap up, guys, of that nature. Quantum stocks are still trying to hold steady. QBTS is still up 15% or so on the session. Look at SPY. SPY's ripping, guys. Tesla coming into that gap fill, looking like it wants to fill it. Natural gas coming lower. Tesla going bye-bye, maybe. Maybe. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. We will certainly find out. Molina Healthcare is into that double bottom zone. Wow. Molina. Molina. I feel like Tesla can make a bounce here though, guys. There is a little bit of a zone here. I want to see it come into that gap. I want to see it fill that gap though. SPY's holding steady. Tesla's going to try to find some support here. Would not be surprised to see it bounce a little bit more, but let's see if it can fill that gap. All right, what else do we have ripping here? Webull's trying to make a red to green push. Webull's acting a little bit better here. Open Door seeing some strength. China stock seeing some strength. Baba's up nicely. Snapchat, how's Snappy doing? There's your little bit of a bounce in Tessie. Let's just see this little bit of a zone here. But the big problem is if Tesla loses this gap fill zone, so this is a big area for Tesla because if it loses this gap, that was a bearish bar down, gap up, reversal. If it loses this area, you're going down to this 402 next pivot zone. There's not much support that's been established below this zone. So it's a big area for Tesla. That's why I'm watching it closely. NNE coming in strong. WWR and LBM both up. Yeah. Webull still trying to make a bit of a move here. What else we got going? How's Robinhood doing today? Let's take a peek on my other screen. Hood is up nicely on the session at 0.9. PLTR starting to run here. Western Digital having a strong session. Let's look at Snapchat. Snapchat trying to make that red to green reversal. Boeing having a stellar rockstar day. It's made a nice red to green reversal. Boeing is actually trying to break out here. BA. BA calls don't look bad. Yeah. Look at BA, guys. BA's trying to shake and move here. Starting to rip. Tesla's bouncing quite nicely here. Big bounce on Tesla. Quantum stocks pushing back to the highs. QBTS ripping. SPY starting to act a little bit better here. Big bounce there on Tessie. Really decent bid. Nat gas still under a bit of pressure. We do have inventories today. How's QuantumScape? QuantumScape is trying to push, I think, back to the highs here. Yep, QS is seeing a nice ripper. Interesting. Webull still trying here. Up over 20% on QBTS, guys. Look at that move. We are still, that was one of our also, not only did we have call options that we banked over 200% on, those $31 calls, and you can probably get more money out of them if you're still in. But we also picked up common shares here yesterday at 28.50. You can see the stock is we're up over 15% just from our common share pickup yesterday, guys. That is crazy. That was a nice little trade alert sent out to the investment group yesterday. QuantumScape is still ripping here. SPY again. So already we've secured quite a bit of profits from QBTS calls up 200%. We just took some more profits there as well. Energy stocks, we took a bit of a trim on our Chevron call options, guys. So Chevron has still made a really nice bounce back to the highs. You can look for another trim if you didn't take one, but beautiful bounce in energy stocks today. Crude oil still trading up nicely on the session. Big movers. So I'm closing all my Chevron calls. I'm all out at $5.20. All out of CVX calls. All out. All right, booking those profits. We can always reassess the trade later, but selling into a gap up is a very smart thing statistically. You book those profits. It's a nice $2 gain per a contract. Beautiful. So about a 62.5% gain there, guys, on CVX calls. Fire day, fire day. Love booking profits early in the session, guys. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm also going to take all of my XOM calls off the table, guys. My 115s, I'm just going to take them all off the table. All right. Taking full profits in those XLE stocks here. SPY is still ripping to the upside. Strong mover. So nice gains booked in these energy trades, guys. I'm all out. Another 60% gain on the XOM contracts. All right. That was some beautiful profits booked this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Market. All right, Webull making another little push here, guys. Ticker BULL, trying to firm up. Quantum names are still holding steady here. Serve Robotics trying to make a push higher. That's acting very well. See what else you got. NAK runs. Yeah, look at Webull pushing here. Webull's starting to rip. Market's actually in full bull mode right now, guys. It's trying to trend. Market is trying to trend here a little bit. Quantum stocks still trying to show some strength today. Ouster having a good day. ENVX is up a few percentage points. Natural gas still lagging. Plug Power trying to see some resiliency. Crude oil still strong. BYND trying to bounce. Rigetti still up 7.9. QBTS up 17.7. It's been a great session, guys, trading here. I mean, I've booked a whole host of profits this morning. Urjit saying Amazon entering a gap fill. Let's take a peek at Amazon real quick. Yeah, Amazon's into that gap window. The big area that you want to see Amazon hold is this area here. It hasn't got that close yet, but it's trying to firm up. Let's look at Tessie again. Tessie's still weak after an initial bounce. Still seeing some of the buyers being shaken out here. Oh, that quantum move. I praise. Thank you so much, quantum. Thought those calls were cooked. Absolutely, I thought those calls were cooked. So grateful for Trump to announce that, even if it means nothing. I am grateful. That's for sure. All right, Webull, guys. Webull's actually trying to make another push here. Bull could be the trade, guys. I'm going to take some Lotto 1150 calls. Again, they're super cheap. They're about 9 cents right now. 1150s for tomorrow. This is a pure Lotto, guys. Pure Lotto. Size it for loss. But I'm in 1150 Webull calls. Pure Lotto. Banger on QB. Thank you, Sarfraz. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Sometimes it's better to be luckier. It's better to be lucky than good sometimes, right? Because, it was funny. We traded QBTS off the open yesterday. We're up 50%, and then the stock just absolutely plummeted. And I was quite disappointed. And then the calls were getting cooked. I even added a second time around 50 cents to lower my average. And oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. 200%. All right, Webull trying to get going here, guys. I'm in the 1150 Weebles. Again, bull. Tomorrow. Come on, Weeble. QBTS is coming in now. Let's look at Robinhood on my other screen since they're probably going to move in tandem. Yeah, Robinhood's having a strong day. Intel gone back to the dark side. INTC. Maybe there's a short there on Intel. Could be a short. Lagging a little bit. Let's look at Tessie here. I'm watching Tesla's actually being defended quite nicely, guys. That area is holding. Tesla bouncing from 414 all the way up to 420 there. So that's holding quite steady in the very near term. Ooh, I didn't even take my vitamins today. That's what I forgot. Need my vitamin D and vitamin C. SOXL looking strong. That ad was just fantastic. Thank you, Sarfers. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Look at that S&P 500, absolute ripper, guys. We have broken out of a falling wedge pattern simultaneously. We have triggered almost, depending on which shoulder we want to use, I would say it's this flat top neckline. We have triggered a bullish 5-minute breakout. I'd love to see a back test so we can buy, but SPY going new all-time highs. And this is why I said just be careful about all these bearish headlines that were coming out yesterday. Again, SPY does look like it's pushing and ready for new all-time highs, guys. The market is still acting exceptionally well, believe it or not. The daily chart time frame is holding steady. Tesla ripping, AMD's green, IREN is green, QBTS softening up a little bit, Hood is softening up a little bit here. Bonds not liking the move. If hot CPI, yeah, bonds are up nicely. And one of the reasons bonds are up today is because of crude oil spiking. You know, anytime crude oil spikes up over 3% on a day, you can be sure that bonds are not going to react kindly. You know, gold's up, nat gas is down a little bit, Bitcoin's up, but crude oil is almost up 4% on the session. So that is a real um, pressure on the bond market because investors are panicked about the headline regarding China, Russia, USA oil trading and sanctions. Courtesy of Peter's information there. Thank you. That being said, crude oil is still technically in a larger downtrend. Even with this nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge into your 50, you're still trading in the deep dark depths below, but impressive. I mean, but I've taken full profits on my XOM today. I took full profits on my CVX today. Those calls printed, so nice job if you traded that with us, members. Really stunning, stunning move. Weeble's still trying to firm up here in the very short term. Market is still structurally intact, guys. It's still acting quite well. Snapchat having a good day. Up 1.3. A lot of green on the screen, guys. Things appear to be in rally mode here. How's uranium? Uranium slightly green. I would be surprised to not see Oklo firm up here. You do have a little bit of profit taking coming into your your quantum names here. I'd be a buyer. If these gapped and cracked, guys, that would be a gift. If these quantum names gapped and cracked, that would be an absolute gift. Let's look at Bull again. Robinhood still holding steady. SE. Tesla's seeing a fat bounce, guys. Look at Tessie bounce here. I mean, my oh my. Damn, I should have taken that long. This is the big resistance area for Tesla. Tesla's looking like a red, potentially a red to green reversal. If this market holds up, Tesla could go positive. I mean, that's just the nature of this beast. Look at that. Damn, I should have bought that. Had that level there. I was looking for a bit of a sweep of this low pivot. Never gave it to me, but wow. That's a stunning move. Boeing breaking out to the high side here. Crazy move there for BA. Things are still looking pretty juicy here, rallying on Wall Street. We are rallying. IWM still leading the charge to the upside. Gold strong. Crude oil up over 4%. Nat gas down about 0.8 as we approach inventories in 35 minutes. A lot of people are going to start to FOMO. As soon as they start to FOMO, market makers will sell the market, make them panic, hit their stops, and then they'll probably rip it back up. So just be aware of these shenanigans that typically happen. We could see quite a bit of shenanigans. Boeing still rock solid session. Tesla still having a rock solid session. SE trying to move here. SMCI still down a couple percentage points. Tesla still down about 3 percentage points. Interesting. Crude oil still strong as ever. BYND still down 15. Oh, I wish I had more coffee. Let's look at some of these other squeezing stocks. Carvana trying to go from red to green. Plug Power trying to go from red to green. Let's look at APLD. APLD breaking out to the high side. Whoa. Ticker Path. PATH. Yep. Shaking and moving. Serve Robotics. Yep. Having a good day. INVZ. Webull still trying to make a push here. Let's look at ENVX, guys. ENVX also trying to firm up. How are the eVTOL stocks doing? And of course, if there's any other tickers you guys think are worth mentioning, just let me know. Bond's not like, yep, Bond's not liking it for sure. Archer Aviation kind of lagging just a little bit here. Let's look at Symbotic. I've been looking at getting into this name. Yeah, bouncing quite nicely here. SLB, so again, a big component of your OIH, guys. SLB trying to make a nice push here. Alcoa having a really good day, so that aluminum trade is working out quite nicely. Alrighty. Hood is still pushing. Webull still trying to clear its prior day high, running into a little bit of sell side pressure at the moment. Let's look at that SPY indice again. Tesla, whoops, that's the weekly chart. Peter asking about Molina. How do you feel about MOH dump down here? Yeah, so I've been looking at Molina, MOH. Let's take a peek. APK saying CAG, night night. I'll take a look at Conagra Brands in a second. MOH. I have an alert. I still wanted to sweep that low, Peter. Obviously, for a swing trading area, it's not bad. Just understand there is a potential that it could still go down to this 136 area. But for a day trade, I have it on watch. It is a big level that I'm watching here. You know, I have a sweep of this low. I get super intrigued for a bit of a dead cat bounce. Right now it's down 20%, but it's likely going to go lower. I think there's a strong chance of it going lower. APK looking at CAG, Conagra Brands, I believe. Yeah, CAG night night down 1.25%, looking pretty weak. Still trying to carve out a bottom. No problem, Peter. And trust me, I'll send out alert. I like Molina for a long. I will send out an alert to buy it on a swing trading basis if it hits my level, and it has to get down there in a reasonable time frame. You know, CNC still down 6.8. Quantum stocks catching another bid here, guys. Robinhood ripping to the high side. Webull still trying to shake and move to the high side. Let's keep SPY on watch here. Tesla still coming under a little bit of pressure. SPY still running into a little bit of sell side. All right, some housing data hitting the tape right now, guys. We got housing data hitting the tape. Existing home sales. I should have put that up there for us. I do have the earnings typed up here, or sorry, the economic data. So existing home sales are coming out here. Let's just see what is transpiring on the data front. 4.0 in line. No real change in existing, kind of in line with expectations. So the next real data set is Fed Vice Chair Barr speaking at 10. I actually have Bowman starting to speak now, and then in 23 minutes you'll have Fed Vice Chair Barr speaking. So there might be a little bit more. Aviz is looking at Dash, doing the digital dash. Do 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 do. Let's look at Dash for Aviz. Yeah, nice solid breakout there. Really solid breakout, actually. They're defending price action. Again, a lot of these stocks are getting a decent bid today with the market. Things are looking a little bit more constructive here. Oklo's trying to also make a bit of a red to green reversal. OKLO seeing a bit of strength. Let's look at these lithium stocks real quick. QBTS ripping new high of day coming in quantum. Ooh-wee. Quantum stocks are moving. Absolutely mooning. LAC kind of still trading in the deep dark. Oh, you know what stock I should have bought probably was ALAB. Let's see what it is doing. Wow, that was a huge buy zone. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was literally watching that pattern. Nasty. ALAB's looking pretty decent. Wow. Big mover today. Damn, I totally forgot to look at that yesterday. Maria's saying QBTX first target is 100. First target. Holy shit. First target? You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. Yeah, QBTS though ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping to the high side here. Look at that move. Again, your news pop took you all the way up to here, this 34 area. So maybe it wants to go there. Certainly there's a backdrop for these quantums to rally off of that China news, or sorry, off of that Trump news. It's not a bad area. Let's look at DPRO, Dragonfly. Yeah, that stock's been hit hard too, chopped in half. ONDS still flying, Robinhood still pushing, S&P still holding above its OR. SPY looks like it might be a trending day today, guys. It could be a trender on SPY. Just be very, very aware of that. I want to see this big gap fill level. So remember this gap fill? If we can get back above this resistance, this little bit of a previous gap, I'm going to mark it in red with a trend line, but that is really the bullish technical level that we need to get back above. Quantum is still ripping here. QBTS pushing over 33. Maria QBTX is at 78 now. My QBTX is at, yeah, 78 as well. No, so we're at the same one. We're looking at the same one. But 100, I mean, I know this is a levered product, but 100 would be another 14% move to the upside on QBTS. So again, I don't know if that's going to happen today. Another 14% would put you up around 37.80. I mean, it could happen over, say, maybe a couple weeks. I don't think it's going to happen today. I would say that you're going to run into resistance at your 20-day moving average, which is sitting at 33.58. By the way, I had just a heads up, I took full profits on my QBTS. I sold all of my calls. That was a gift 200% gain. I sold all of my common shares as well, netting a double-digit gain that we just bought yesterday. I still am a big proponent when the market gives you a huge gain so quickly. Just from my experience, you lock in those gains. Could it run higher? Sure. Do I sell things early? All the time. But no one goes broke from taking profits. All right, what else do we have moving here, guys? I'm just kind of in chill mode, not really rushing into anything here. I think the market's in an interesting zone here where they are trying to rope in a lot of bulls. I'd love to see a back test lower. This OR high range, we'll see if they want to defend that. Tesla's still trying to bounce here. I bought yesterday at 28.50 Quantum QBTS. I'm all out. Boeing Rockstar session on BA. Boeing is shaking and moving today. Ouster trying to firm up as well. Still back testing that 7-day moving average. What else do we have here? Robinhood also chilling around here. So conserve again. Webull still consolidating, hanging around 11 bucks. QBTS still strong. All right, so SPY dipping here, guys. SPY starting to dip a little bit. Big level for your S&P 500. The bulls kind of want to defend this zone, guys. The bulls need to defend this zone. Intel still green. Let's see what is happening. Apple just went red. Tesla still down. Nvidia up 0.4. Microsoft up 0.2. Amazon up 0.68. Again, if we lose opening range high here, guys, just be very careful. We could see definitely some additional distribution signs. You can see what Webull's resistance is. Running into that key zone. Tesla. Not me. I'm not holding any quantum. Not after that pop. That was a gift. Bottom ticking again. Maybe it goes higher, but that was a pure gift in my eyes. All right, SPY bouncing off of OR high. Again, if we lose this area on SPY, it's nighty night. It's nighty night on SPY. Just a heads up. Webull just sucking. Always sucking. It's up 1.52%, but just come on, Webull. Like, what? Why don't you want to get up here, man? You got so much potential. You got so much potential. All right, nat gas is coming lower here, ladies and gents. Natural gas is softening. All right, SPY losing that OR high. This looks a little bit dangerous. A little bit dangerous here. Again, Apple struggling here. Uh-oh. SPY coming in, guys. S&P coming in. Losing critical support here. Quantum stocks coming in a little bit here. Nvidia is starting to sell just a touch. Markets are seeing some distribution signals right now, guys. Yikes, we are seeing a little bit of selling. Nvidia is starting to come in. Let's look at AMD real quick. AMD still holding steady. Intel. Intel could be a short here as well, guys. It's going through pretty choppy price action. It looks like a bit of a fading opportunity on INTC. Tesla's still bouncing, holding quite steady. Big bounce on your S&P. Weeble's still trying to hold steady here. Nat gas coming in a little bit more now. Tesla's still trying to bounce and hold steady, just a little bit. Steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. So your S&P is technically underneath that opening range high, which does leave us a bit of vulnerability to sell off down to our OR low. We'll certainly have to watch that carefully. Tesla's acting well though. Robinhood consolidate. AMD still looking decent here. Crude oil has softened a little bit. Your Dow components have gone negative now, guys. Dow is struggling just a touch here. Broadcom's up 1.48%. AVGO looking a little bit more constructive. It's trying here. You are into a little bit of resistance on Broadcom. This is a big level for your semiconductors too, guys. Your SOXX is a big level. Why is it a big level? This is an hourly chart backtest of your bearish breakdown zone, guys. So 15 minutes left in this hourly candle for SOXX. If you see these semis get rejected here, this could be a right shoulder formation. So the next 15 minutes for semis are quite big, in my opinion. Yeah, bull is melting again. It's just a tough stock. I mean, one day we're going to wake up, it'll probably have a positive announcement, up 10%. Maybe Weeble's going to do kind of what Hood has done, DraftKings has done with prediction markets. Maybe they're working on that behind the scenes. That's my best guess, but eventually it's going to break out. Just tuck it away for a longer term play. I think you'll be okay. But yeah, Weeble Definitely not acting well. Tesla's still trying to move here. Nvidia acting well. Broadcom AVGO trying to make a move. XOM getting faded hard. QBTS still up 18%. IONQ up 9%. Craziness. Archer's down on the session. ACHR. Tesla's still trying to move here. Big bounce on Tessie. Big bounce on Tessie. Archer Aviation keeps getting sold into down here. Semis are seeing a little bit of selling here, guys. With the SPY, you can see semis are starting to come in. Just a touch. Big dip on SPY. Really sizable dip. This is an aggressive buy zone for your S&P. I repeat it, it is an aggressive buy zone. It's risky. Let's look at Tesla here. Tesla's still trying to bounce sharply. That's pretty decent that Tesla's getting a bid. Nvidia is still trying to push up here. Nvidia's chart isn't looking too bad. Quantum stocks are still hanging in just off of their highs. So coming under a little bit of pressure here, guys. IWM is doing that good old-fashioned gap and crack. Troublesome price action for your Russell. Big spot looking a little bit vulnerable. Nvidia hasn't even started selling yet. Yeah, VIX is pumping. Nasty little drop so far in the market there. All right, this is a big area for SPY. If SPY loses this, it's nighty night. Markets are looking a little bit more vulnerable here, guys. And it is technically a little bit of a support zone. SPY's getting a nice bid here. IWM is reacting well. SPY's bouncing off of that neckline retest. Decent sized bounce in the market. Natural gas inventories in 8 minutes. Nvidia bouncing off its opening range high. So there's a little bit of outperformance in some individual semiconductor names. Micron having a decent day. Crude oil still holding steady. Semis are still trying to bounce this market. IWM and SPY are still bouncing where they should. That's a big bounce off of that zone. We'll see if they want to crack us lower. Webull trying to firm up. Nvidia trying to push. Intel's trying to get going. SPY's still a fat candle bounce. Yields are still green. Gold's still up 1.13. Google's still having a good session, guys. QBTS up 20. IONQ up 9.9. Let's look at this WHC. WHC, guys, having a nice session today. That's up 1.74%. Trying to get back above that little sell zone. All right, markets, Nvidia and semis are still acting somewhat well here. Big bounce and tail candle on your S&P 500 there. That's a good reaction candle. Back to our opening range high. We'll see if we can get through this OR high level. Nvidia just printed a new high of day there, guys. AMD still up 1.23%. IWM still acting quite well. Crude oil still firm. Intel's starting to squeeze here. Bigger candle move on your S&P. Weeble's trying to bounce. Intel's still trying to make a move through its high of day. Nvidia's still just off its high day. Semis are reacting well off of that support level. Same thing with the Russell. The market's seeing a nice buy program coming back into the picture. So your NASDAQ is getting a little bit more buying pressure. NASDAQ is outperforming SPY. It's trying to take some leadership from your Russell. We'll see if that can hold. Right now we're technically above opening range high, but we haven't closed above it yet off of this bounce. We'll see if there, it looks like they want to at least test this neckline for a bit of a breakout on SPY. Nvidia semis are still holding. Crude oil is still up 3.89. Still seeing a pretty decent move here. That's a fat candle though on your S&P. A little bit of a rejection there on your S&P, not much. Minor rejection. SPY getting slightly rejected, guys, off of that vicinity. Your semis are still holding somewhat steady here. Nvidia and SOXS is holding. IWM is still trying. All right, so we're getting the hourly close candle here, guys, in about 30 seconds. An hourly candle close. So far, the hourly candle is trying to close below that OR high, below the opening range high. We'll see if it wants to get above or if it trades below. All right, so the opening range candle closed below on the hourly chart. Again, that's not a positive close. Obviously, we still have time to firm up, but we just formed an hourly candle in the indices. We'll see which direction they want to chop this market now. SPY is still trying to hold steady here. Nvidia is still acting well. Semis are still hanging in there. Nat gas, guys, inventories. Nat gas is falling right now. Nat gas is down 1.8%. Inventories are out. What is happening? So nat gas inventory is a much greater than expected build, guys. 78 billion consensus, 87 billion. Nat gas could come under pressure here. A much bigger build than expected in natural gas. That's a little bit of a bearish print in my opinion. We'll see how it reacts. Initially, the stock is down, or commodity is down, I should say. S&P is still trying to hang in there. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Semis are at a little bit of minor resistance here, but still trying to hold steady. SPY starting to come in a little bit. Again, your natural gas chart does have a bearish breakdown trying to trigger here, guys. It's a bit of a bearish breakdown trying to trigger. Nvidia softening up here, guys. SPY's, Dom C saying SPY's F to get ready for another down day. We will see, right? It could happen. It could certainly happen. The issue right now is your semis are still holding some strength. They are propping this market up. SOXS is outperforming your major indices right now. But we'll see what happens here. SOXX is still holding some structure here. Semis are still acting well. Nvidia is still holding some value. Crypto stocks have gone under pressure. eVTOL stocks still under pressure. Intel's moving here nicely. INTC. SOXX going for another high of day sweep. Your NASDAQ is still holding some structure. So semis just printed a new high of day there, guys. Their semiconductors are still acting well, holding this market up. Natural gas still trying to come in. We'll watch the IWM here again. IWM is catching a nice bid here. SPY's trying to work itself higher. Nvidia trying to move. Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, they're all green right now. Semis are still holding steady. Your S&P is still pushing. Nice job, Dom C. Hopefully you made money on it. Took that. Still got some resiliency here in the market. Market is just trying to bounce and hold some value. Trying to get back above that opening range high. It's a big area for the market. We'll see if it can hold it. They are trying to break out SPY here. NVIDIA is now trying to get going. All right, SPY is punching through a little bit of resistance now. Is it a liquidity sweep or is it a true breakout? Looks like it's firming up here, your S&P. SOXX is into a prior day high resistance, so there is some resistance here, but it's acting quite well. QQQ, printing another high of day there for your Qs. Qs are into a little bit of resistance, but trying to rip here. Still trying to punch through here. Weeble's trying to get going here, guys. WBL. See the Qs are still punching through the high side. A little bit of confluence of resistance here on the Russell. Decent amount of resistance. NVIDIA and semis are still trying to push this market a little higher here in the near term. A little bit of resistance here in semiconductor land. You're retesting prior day high on your SOXX. IWM seeing some sell side. Market is still technically holding some structure here, bullish structure above that opening range. NVIDIA trying to push even higher now. Semis are still acting well. Weeble's trying to break out here, guys. Nvidia's trying to make a push. Semis are still holding some strength. A little bit of selling in your SOXX. Look at Webull. Webull's trying here, guys. Webull is trying here. New high of day. Semis are seeing some minor selling off of your prior day high PDH level. Some minor selling there in semi land, semiconductors. AMD failed to take out the highs, so that's starting to look a little bit more bearish, not holding as much strength as your other semis. Most semis printed a high of day, but when you look across the board, but AMD failed to. Let's see if we retest this little bit of a neckline zone on SPY. If SPY loses opening range high again, could be a potential bearish breakdown. You're still holding above that bullish breakout. 668.19 is a big area for your S&P. That's where you want to see it if you're bullish. Hold. This little white line here, 668.19 is your big area. Good morning, Ram. Hope you're doing well. IWM is still holding some structure at a little bit of resistance. There's quite a cluster of moving averages there. SOXX still coming in just a touch here. A little bit of hourly chart selling. Good stuff. Yeah, we've taken monster profits. QBTS, banger, 200%. Calls and commons. Energy stocks crushed that. It's been a stellar day for my portfolio too. All right, SPY still bouncing and holding structure above that opening range high. Still looking A-OK in the very near term. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling on your 10-minute chart. SOXX coming in a touch. Intel still holding steady. Nice little decline there. Back testing. Market is still finding some buyers off of that range, but we keep coming down to test it. Nat gas stabilizing, still down 1.3%, but definitely stabilizing. IWM still seeing a little bit of selling. Semis are trying to bounce here a little bit. Nvidia bouncing on its 10-minute chart. Wow, that's a big bounce there. Dollar's trying to firm up here as we speak. SPY still trying to punch higher here. Semis are still acting very, very well. OCLO made that red to green reversal. That's up 1.5% now. OKLO. So you're just in a bit of a wedge formation on SPY. You still have strength in your semiconductors, trying to push this market up by the scruff of the neck. IWM still off of its highs. QQQs did print a new high. The SOXX, guys, is technically into an aggressive shortable level. It's right underneath prior day high. You haven't officially closed above the prior day high on SOXX on the 5 and 10-minute chart. So it's technically a short off this level until you close above it. So the market is into a shortable level based purely off of semis. If semis close above that prior day high, then that would be the stop loss and risk. Nvidia acting well though. Let's look at the SMH. Where's the SMH trading? That's just off of its highs as well. Webull still trying to break out of its 10-minute chart here. Markets are just quietly grinding. Semis are still showing strength. Nvidia trying to push for another high of day. Crude oil softening a little bit here. All right, big level for SPY, big level for semis, retesting PDH level, prior day high. It's a very big level. Market's going to try to break out, so it seems. You can see there is an inverted head and shoulders that's trying to build here. A little bit of selling off of PDH level for SOX. IWM seeing some sell side pressure. Semis are still underneath its PDH level, guys. Crude oil softening up a little bit. SPY still trying to float and grind here. SOXX is still softening up a touch. No new high of day for AMD. AMD is showing a little bit of relative weakness. Even though it's green on the session, it has not printed a new high of day like the rest of the semiconductors have. So remember, AMD still has a big weighting in the market. Semiconductors again still underneath that prior day high, so you're still technically at resistance, which leaves it vulnerable to some additional sell side pressure. Like I said, your SOXX is trading right into this prior day high level, guys. So that is where the bulls want to try to get that above. Every single time we approach that area, it acts as a little bit of a sell side target, sell side level. You can see we're still technically below that, which leaves SPY slightly vulnerable. We're still above our opening range high and low. But you can see that PDH level in semis usually acts as a pretty big resistance area. A little bit more selling hitting the tape here. Nvidia is still holding technical strength on your 5 and 10 minute. Intel softening. Semis are still seeing a little bit of selling here, just some minor selling. Not much. IWM into a bit of a double top resistance. Amazon still up 1%. Nvidia up 0.84. Apple's back to the green side. Nvidia catching another little bid here. Semis are still holding some structure up here. Nvidia trying to push your SOXX higher along with the market. SPY still dripping a little bit here. Big area for SPY again. You're now retesting your opening range high from a little bit of a lower high here. The bulls want to defend this area, or we're going to go down to our 668.72 head and shoulders neckline where the bulls have a chance at breaking this market a little bit. We're still holding some technical strength, but a lot of choppiness. A lot of choppiness. Crude oil still holding steady. Nat gas selling a little bit more. SPY seeing some additional selling here. Semis are still underneath that PDH level, but trying to bounce here. Nvidia is strong. Nvidia is seeing another bid as the SPY is selling. Nvidia is capturing liquidity. SPY cracking a little lower here. IWM potential double top. Can see a potential little hourly reversal candle forming on your SOXS. We'll see if it wants to close below. SPY is starting to come in, guys. SPY is still at 0.32, IWM at 0.88, leading the charge to the upside. QQQ up 0.5%. A little bit of top wick distribution in NVIDIA. IWM still holding its opening range high. Quantum stocks are still holding steady. QBTS up 21%. IONQ up about 12.38. Archer turned green. Big area for SPY. No, just closed trades, to be honest. Other than the Webull Lotto, 1150s for tomorrow. No real trades today for myself. Look at that fat candle bounce there. Semis are still underneath PDH level, but acting quite well. NVIDIA is still looking decent. IWM holding steady. NVIDIA just printed a new high of days, so semiconductors are still seeing some strength. NVIDIA trying to push. IWM bouncing so far off of its opening range high. Semiconductors are trying to see some liquidity through NVIDIA. SPY's bouncing quite nicely. NVIDIA holding some strength. Yeah, this bounce is mainly from your semis. NVIDIA is seeing a nice 10-minute candle, new high of day for NVDA. Ouster had a strong day. That's up 12%. Big mover there. SPY is still pushing, guys. All right, does look like the market's going to try to push here, guys. It looks like we could be in for a bit of a trender for the rest of the day. Bouncing, defending opening range high. Does look pretty decent here for SPY. I think calls are favorable here. Tesla trying to make another push here. Potential lower high. You took a 610 0 DTE, QQQ. Yeah, I'm thinking about 671 SPY calls here. That's what I'm thinking about. Now it's looking pretty decent here. I'm going for a high risk 671 SPY call, 0 DTE. High risk 671 SPY call. Natural gas still trying to go for another low of day. You got crude oil still consolidating, chopping around. AMD starting to firm up here, looking a little bit better, guys. AMD is looking a little bit better. AMD is starting to push, guys. Semis are looking a little bit more constructive right now. QQQ looking a little bit better. You can see the bottom wick forming in your SOXS. IWM still flagging. AMD looking a little bit better, guys. NVIDIA at its tiny bit of resistance here. SPY's just chopping here sideways. Still above that opening range high. Seeing a little bit of selling now in the Qs. IWM. Still seeing some top wick distribution. SPY's trying to firm up here. Nice push here. NVIDIA getting a good pump. QQQ trying to get going. Come on, SPY. Give us a nice little breakout attempt here. Nice potential ascending triangle on the Qs. Statistically a bullish pattern intraday. Flagging, ascending triangle. You're looking a little bit more constructive here. NVIDIA is still trying to press a little bit. IWM also trying to firm up. No breakout yet on the Qs or SPY. You're trying. Crude oil still looks like it could soften up a bit. AMD still trying to break out to a new high of day. Looks like AMD. Yeah, I took a fill. 670, 671 0DT SPY calls at 62 cents. Again, size it appropriately, guys. Use your risk management. Come on, give us a breakdown. Give us a breakout here. QQQ still holding structural. AMD's trying to firm up here, guys. NVIDIA still at a little bit of resistance, but trying to push. IWM flagging sideways. SOXX is trying to break through that prior day high level. AVGO still trying here. AVGO looks constructive for another new high of day. You can see your SOXX is trying to push. QQQ still trying to go for another high of day. Come on, SPY. Get going. Get going. AMD, a little bit of top wick distribution. NVIDIA still holding steady. Decline coming in. Minor selling. QQQ trying to get above 609. You can see your semis are still at that prior day high level. Webull still trying to grind. You got your dollar that has bounced a little bit over the last 10 minutes, trying to soften. Crude oil seeing a little bit of a sell side pressure here. It's still up 3.5%, but looking a little bit choppy. Selling off this PDH level. AMD hasn't broken out yet. Intel's looking like it's trying to firm up again. Microsoft's trying here. AVGO Broadcom trying. NVIDIA's still grinding. A little bit of top wicks on AVGO, but it's trying. AMD tried breaking out. Seeing a little bit of selling. Tesla has basically broken out, retesting 429 prior day low level. So Tesla's had a nice move. Microsoft's still looking a little bit constructive. Apple just kind of chopping around still. SPY starting to come in a little bit. Selling now coming into Apple in your semis. Down on my puts right now as the market's starting to come in a little bit, retesting that OR level. IWM back testing its opening range here. QQQ, some minor selling. Excuse me. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of 5-minute chart selling. Markets are still holding that OR high. Just chopping around in a tight range here. Natural gas still down about 1.69%. Snapchat still slightly green. Google up about 1%. GDX up 1.45%. Ethereum still up 1.69. Still got a lot of liquidity sloshing around the market. Consumer staples are being sold into today. People are moving back into those higher beta stocks, as seen by the Russell outperforming, quantum ripping. Your usual high flyers are still seeing liquidity. They're really trying to shake the tree here and get people out. They're chopping this market, still holding this OR high, but starting to lose a little bit of steam here on your S&P 500. Might try to test this neckline, but there's still some buying off that opening range high level. Still trying to defend it. Nvidia has taken a bit of a breather on the 5 and 10-minute chart. QQQ is simultaneously. AVGO taking a little bit of a breather here. SOXX. AMD starting to see a little bit of selling. IWM seeing a little bit of selling. AMD still trickling. Markets are coming in a touch here. Peter asking how I feel about ASGN. I'll look at it on my other screen here. Let me take a peek. It's looking a little bit more vulnerable here. Coming down to this little neckline. There is a 1 minute head and shoulders pattern that we're about to test the neckline. We'll see. Yep, SPY's going down for now. You're holding that 1 minute EMA. We'll see if they want to test the neckline, bounce it back to the high of the wedge. They're just chopping people around here. But so far, I'm down on my calls. Ram, you're up on your puts. Good job. Let's look at ASGN here for Peter. Yeah, ASGN getting ripped here. Ripped. Yeah, I still think we have a chance to chop to the back to the high and breakout. Still lots of time in the session. We need to maintain structure above this neckline though. I would like to see us hold structure above that opening range. Obviously, we are coming down a little bit on your smaller time frames. They're still trying to trickle us lower. I'm tempted to add here off of this 1 minute EMA. All right, looking at ASGN, so earnings have come out, still posting a double beat. Yeah, it looks like we should go lower, Peter, on ASGN. Still a little bit lower. Nvidia has softened here, guys, over the last few minutes. AMD. The degens were your quantum names yesterday. That's what the degen trade was. Crazy. Yeah, this ASGN, Peter, there is some support here on the weekly chart. There's that massive trend line going all the way back to, 2009, 2008 GFC through your COVID crash low. But I still think it could go a little bit lower. I mean, I know it's extremely oversold, got that negative divergence, but symmetrical move takes us to about 38 bucks. You know, you might get a dead cat bounce here. It's down 10%, but still looks like it could go maybe a touch lower. All right, IWM market's looking a little bit heavier here. Still pretty light volume sell. Reacting off of that support level. Big bounce off that support level there. So markets are trying to bounce off that neckline here. We'll see if we can get back above that OR high. IWM still technically losing its opening range high. Semis are still holding some value. QQQ still holding some value here. Big bounce on your S&P. Come on, now it's time to break us out. Break us out. Come on. Keep going. Back to the high of the channel. Nice volume bounce back above OR high there, guys. Come on, we could now trend. Let's see if we've shaken out the bears. Come on, trend us for the rest of the day. Give us a nice trend. Crude oil bouncing though. Nvidia seeing a nice bounce. Semiconductors are consolidating still pretty tight underneath that OR high. Looks like they should try to press SOXS to the volume shelf 291.18, maybe gap fill. Come on, give us a move. AMD trying to firm up. Nice push. Come on, SPY. Jeez, give us a trend. Tesla, man. Tesla is friggin' crazy. Look at Tessie. Whoops. Tesla showing us that this market might be due for a trend, guys. Still think they can try to push SPY higher here, but we need to see a breakout sooner or later. Come on, get SPY, retest SPY, break us out. Happen. That's crazy. Hey, you could retire if we drop 25%, you could retire. Yeah, we're all candlestick addicts. Does a trader ever retire? We live for this shit. We love the volatility. All right, quantum stocks, small pullback, still up 18% on QBTS, 11 on IONQ. ENVX is slightly green. LiDAR stocks seeing some strength today. Server bikes, Nike. Marijuana stocks catching a little bit of liquidity to the upside. I'm still thinking we can push to a new high of day, guys. I'm still in 671.0 DTEs. Been sitting through a lot of chop and slop right now for the time being. Let's look what else is happening. Boeing had a stellar breakout. Our SPY is looking a little bit more constructive here. Come on. Break us out, SPY. Break us out. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Break us. Trend us. Big fat breakout candle. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. SPY calls are now back to the green side, so maybe we're both right. Yeah. CPI tomorrow. Um, I'm expecting it to come in a little bit lighter, to be honest, or in line. I'm not expecting a big headline number, anything crazy, to be honest. Um, you think about oil's been so depressed so what are we? We're trading in October, so we're getting the September CPI data. So you look at crude oil for the month of September, even though that's not really affecting energy, they don't really take into account, especially on the core side. But crude oil's been down. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not really expecting much reaction, to be honest. I'm more intrigued about the labor market data. That's kind of what I'm waiting for, holding my breath for. When do we see additional signs and cracks in the system? Because that's truly where the liquidity flows, right? And the only thing that scares me on a seasonality basis is the fact that companies start to trim the fat near the end of the year. All right, here we go. SPY trying to break out, guys. Tesla ripping, semis ripping, AMD flagging. Here we go. Take us. Come on, break us out of this wedge. You better break us out, SPY. Break us. Just do it for me. We've got a big inverted head and shoulders. Come on, give us a nice trender into the rest of the day. We could hit 673. We could hit a new all-time high on SPY. That would be kind of not what most people are expecting ahead of CPI. Most people expect people probably be leading bearish. But again, the markets typically like to climb that wall of worry. So I'd love to see a breakout here. Come on, there we go. SPY's getting that volume. Contracts are starting to perk up. Give me a new high of day. Tesla, a new high of day. Nvidia going for a new high of day. Here we go. Contracts are ripping, guys. Contracts are ripping. Bang, bang. Come on, take these 671s in the money. Give us that punch through in the market. You got more in you. A little bit of a breakout candle on watch. We need to see what type of momentum we get off of this zone. SPY is trying to break here. Come on, S&P. Trump pardons former Binance CEO. That's probably bullish Bitcoin, eh? Come on, S&P, squeeze it. Nvidia trying to go for another high of day. AMD still yet to give us a high of day. Nat gas getting a spike. Crude oil trying to still float and grind. Come on, S&P, don't be a little bitch. Break us out and trend us. Excuse my language. If there's any kids in the background, I hopefully not. Oh, what else we got going on in the tape? Still a bunch of green on the screen, lots of liquidity sloshing around today. AMD still flagging sideways, looking like it wants to press higher. Tesla's made a beautiful recovery. Mag names are still firming up. Tesla, if they want to take Tesla green, we could be in for a very, very big trending session. Still got, it's only 11:30. Still got about just over 4 hours here. Come on, S&P, break us out here. Break us out. Tesla still acting well. A little bit of distribution hitting your semiconductors again. AMD still no breakout yet. Tesla ripping though. Your SOXX did print, or your SOXX is actually trying to get through that prior day high level. It is a big area, but I do suspect it's going to try. Come on, SOXX, get through that area. SPY trying here. Come on, S&P, get going. Get going. Tesla's still acting very, very well, trending here to the upside on Tessie. SOX is still trying to get through that prior day high. Nvidia is still trying to work itself higher. IWM still chopping sideways, trying to recapture its its opening high level. SPY's right at a breakout point. Come on. Don't counter trend us. Come on, S&P. All right, a little bit of a sell side program, swapping those, slapping those breakout buyers. IWM still seeing a little bit of selling. SOXX. Nvidia still looks a little bit more constructive here on the 5-minute chart. Still acting well on Tesla land. A little bit of selling off of that resistance trend line. They're still just chopping SPY around here. Wow. Craziness, eh? That is crazy. Did SPY print another high there? Yeah, technically SPY printed a higher 1-minute high there. Interesting. Interesting. Come on, S&P. Recapture those highs. Go for another breakout attempt. You slap that liquidity. Tesla still acting well. Nvidia coming in. Oof, nasty little drop there on the 1-minute chart. Those 1-minute candles are big and fat. All right, SPY starting to come in. A little bit of selling hitting your semiconductors. So SOXX still getting hit off of that prior day high level. Intel coming in a little bit. AMD starting to come in a little bit. A bit of a bigger sell candle, so they did rope in a whole bunch of liquidity there. That is a bigger sell. That's a nasty little sell there. Hard down move. SPY was not ready to break out. They did a little bit of a rope and dope selling session there. AMD starting to trickle down here. SOXX still running into a little bit of selling. So close to a breakout yet so far. And now they are chopping SPY down a little bit. Back testing that 1 minute EMA yet again. Still trying to buy Nvidia up. They're still trying to buy Tesla up. Lots of intraday chop. Nvidia is still selling a little bit on your 5 minute chart. Tesla still acting well. SOXX trying to catch a bit of a bounce. What a chop slop. They're really trying to shake the tree here. We're going to get a big move one way or another. They're going to give us a trending, I think, here. We're getting close to the apex. We're getting close to the apex. Tesla ripping, guys. Look at Tessie. Tessie is starting to move here. SOXX catching another bid. Nat Gas trying to go positive on the session. Nvidia catching another bid here. Russell's trying to recapture its opening range high. Tesla still acting well. SOXX, guys, is now retesting that prior day high again, trying to float and grind higher here. Come on, give us another run for the high. Still think they're going to. Webull still grinding sideways, Nvidia still flagging sideways. Oklo has made a nice move off of the lows. Tesla still trying to float and grind. That was the degen play. Holy moly, look at that bounce on Tessie. Crazy from 412 to 430. 4.6% bounce. Tesla's still trying to do a good old-fashioned float and grind. IWM seeing a little bit more selling. SPY still just in a wedge pattern. Crude oil's made a nice move higher. That's still ripping. CVX XOM still trying to push. Let's look at these names. XOM. XOM could do a nice float back to its highs here, guys, with crude. Crude is still holding steady. So again, it's still been a very solid session here. QBTS profits banked on the calls and the share side. We've closed XOM call options with members. We closed CVX call options with members. So it's been a really solid session. Now, if we could only get this 0DTE 671 SPY calls to get in the money, it would be a near perfect day. Tesla, I mean, just grinding. You might get a pullback back to prior day low, but Tesla looks like it wants that gap fill. It looks like one of those days on Tessie where it could try to make a run and fill that gap. Would not surprise me. All right, volume starting to thin out here on SPY, guys. We might get the float and grind. I traded gold yesterday, Dom. I printed 78% on my call options, and that was called out live. So that was a banger. Made a couple grand on that trade. Um, I traded gold. And I'm not looking for a 1 to 2% move. I mean, SPY to go to 671 is a $1.39, 0.21%. So I'm not looking for a crazy move. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. I traded gold and silver. We're just scalping here, looking for smaller moves. Semis are starting to soften here a little bit. S&P still back testing that opening range high. We are starting to lose this area right now. Bigger drop coming in SPY. That's a bit of a bearish breakdown occurring. Bit of a bearish candle breakdown there on SPY. Nvidia softening, IWM coming in. That is a decent sized drop in the market, guys. Decent sized drop there in the market. So they are trying to trigger a little bit of a bearish formation. SPY is trying to break a little bit here. Potential little head and shoulders though. You're still trying to hold that 5-minute chart support on SPY. That's a pretty big break. We'll see if they can bounce it here. Semis are still holding steady, but that's a decent down candle in the market there. That little head and shoulders is on watch. Still holding 5 and 10-minute chart support on your S&P, but a nasty little move. Markets have softened up a little bit through your semis. Crude oil, seeing a little bit of 10-minute selling. Still think it's a bit of a liquidity grab. We'll see. Big bounce starting to occur in your S&P off of that zone. Still have a bit of a bearish formation now intraday on watch. Meanwhile, you have a bullish formation on your larger time frames. Still trying to play out. Trying to bounce it on the 10-minute chart of SPY. Yeah, I still think it's into an addable area if your position isn't too big. It's still not a bad area. But yeah, that 1 minute, that sweep there, that was your back test zone. Markets are looking like they could get gobbled up here. Nvidia and semiconductors are still strong, guys. SOXX pretty much right back to the highs, even with that dip in SPY. So you still have strength in this market, even with that little bit of a breakdown. The larger time frame on SPY is still holding steady, but needs to firm up here. You don't want to see more selling off of this level. I still think SPY can push. I think that's just a big liquidity grab before we break out. 10-minute chart on SPY looks stellar still. Very strong push back up here. Very strong push. Let's see if we can recapture that neckline and do a bit of a failed breakdown. Does look like a potential liquidity grab. 10-minute chart of SPY, huge candle, wick. Are they going to break us out now after that bearish breakdown? We will find out. Come on, push SPY higher now. And 10-minute chart is still acting okay. SOXX, guys, look at the semis here trying to bust through that resistance. So you still have strength in semiconductor land, and that's what's going to probably lift this market here. Semis now busting through the high of day, getting a 5-minute candle close at a new high of day. Still holding a little bit of relative strength. Yeah, exactly. That you took the words out of my mouth. Risk management. If I go in with those 0DTs, I'm going to trade with what I have. I would have called out a half position. You can also call out trades if you want. It's easy to say SPY is going to go, but to issue a trade alert or call it out is another thing, right? Walk the walk, talk the talk. Right? So it's risk management. I still think the market structurally on a larger time frame is okay. You just put in a nice 10-minute kind of doji reversal candle. Typically get a small retest, but SPY's back inside that wedge pattern. Abe saying, have you seen ALMU? Let's take a peek. ALMU. I don't believe I have. Illuma. What is this ticker? ALMU. Not too familiar with this name, to be honest. Um, Fairly new. Is it a biotech? Commercial services. You looking at it as a swing? Have I seen the Muffin Man? All right, SPY trying to punch through, moving higher here. Nvidia trying to get going. S&P still looking a-okay. Not too familiar with that name there. You're kind of loopy this morning. I think we're all loopy. We're all staring at screens here. We're all loopy. All right, a nice push and pump through here on your semis. Look at that candle, fat candle to the upside on your S&P there. SPY is trying to rip and do a bit of a breakout here. Come on, give us a breakout, SPY. SPY looking much better, guys. Ripping to the upside here. Wow, fat candles to the upside. What is that? Look at that move. Come on, break us out now, SPY. You grab that liquidity. Semis are strong. Tesla, Nvidia going for another high. This could be the rest of the breakout in the market. That was a hard bounce and recovery. Come on, break us out. Break us out. You've done a lot of chopping around here. You've done liquidity grabs. You have the legs to go higher now. The only thing is crude is trying to see some additional strength here. Crude oil, nat gas, energy's ripping here. S&P, come on, get these 671s in the money. What's the trade, Dom? What's the trade? Continue drop the next hour. What's the trade? What are you entering? Tell us the strike. If it's a 0 DTE, if it's a few days out. All right, guys, I'll trim half of my calls at this TP1 high pivot, and then my second trim is up there. But calls are now starting to wake up a little bit here. SPY 10-minute chart looking filthy bullish. 15-minute chart looking bullish. Potential ascending triangle breakout. Come on, keep it going. Look at SPY trying to trend here. Come on. Semis are still absolutely mooning here. Semiconductors are ripping to the upside. You got more legs on you, SPY. Come on, you got more. You've got more. 10-minute chart on SPY is still looking pretty healthy. Let's go to the 5-minute time frame. Still looking pretty healthy, guys. SPY should give us another high pivot sweep there. Look at that move, guys. Beautiful little move on your S&P 500. TP1 is right here. TP1 was tagged right there off of that candle. I did trim half. Whoa, man, that's crazy. We just kissed that TP1 area. SPY's now coming in. Strike 1450 on HL next Friday. Is that calls or puts? Let's look at HL. And honestly, guys, calling out like specific options trades as a collective, we're all here to try to make money, right? And obviously we can have conflicting opinions, but if I call it a trade, you guys can disagree with me. If someone else calls out a trade, you can disagree, but when we all kind of can analyze a specific strike or shares or whatever it may be, a position, it sets us up in a higher chance of winning here. All right? So a decent decline in SPY. Hopefully you're able to take a little bit of profits off of that region. Still, this is our breakout candle back test. This is where the bulls should try to defend it. So 1450 next Friday on HL. Holy moly, what are you expecting in Hecla Mining? 1450 is basically up to this gap fill. You're expecting a 10-11% pop. What are those contracts worth right now? Ticker HL. Let's see. HYMC $9 strike for next Friday. Let me just look at this Hecla Mining. Next Friday, you're taking an aggressive trade here, eh? So October 31st, 1450s are priced at 22 cents on the ask. I mean, that's not even ahead of its earnings. I doubt they're going to pop it up. I'll call you a goat if you hit that. If you make money on that, I'll call you a goat. If it hits 1450 by next Friday, I like goats. HYMC $9 strike for next Friday. Ram saying I fully agree with Curtis on this thought. The brain works in mysterious ways. Anonymous saying the brain works in mysterious ways. I guess you can tell just by looking at it. No science, just intuition. Whatever cues your brain is picking up, mine is not. Okay. Ram saying HYMC can go to 7 before you buy. Let's look at HYMC. So what strike were you looking at? $9 strike next. You're crazy. This guy is insane. Dom, you're insane. You're insane. $9? I don't see that. I mean, that's a lotto. If you're taking these, that's a full-on lotto, you know. And that ain't long-term money. That's short-term trade. That's a 23% pop. I mean, maybe if you had earnings before that, but the IV would likely be juiced. But wow, you're really risky. You're a risky business there, man. Risky business. All right, SPY's doing the good old-fashioned float and grind, guys. It looks like they're gonna try to trend this market. I'm even tempted to take 672 lotto calls. Imagine they pushed us up ahead of CPI into 673, a new all-time high. Not many people would suspect. What are 673 SPY lottos? Let's see what those would be worth. Because we could trend here. The market did that 673, 12 cents. 12 cents. Should I do it? Should I take a lotto 673? Hmm. Cents. Look at that semi chart though. That's fucking crazy, that semis. Tesla's still ripping, guys. I mean, look at Tessie go. Tessie's a full-on beast right now. Full-on beast. Wow, they are squeezing Tessie. They are squeezing it. Wow, Tesla's gonna try to go green, guys. Can you believe that? Still seeing squeezing in energy. Crude oil just printed a new high. What's an XOM new high of day trade? 117 calls. Let's see what XOM can give us as it's looking pretty juicy here with crude oil. XOM 117 call for tomorrow, 43 cents on the ask. Cheap, 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 cheap. Also pretty cheap. Looks like XOM's gonna go. Does to me. I should probably stop trading for the day though. Once we close out these SPY calls. Alright, SPY's still just doing the good old fashioned float and grind here, guys. Good old fashioned float and grind. And if you didn't take profits off that first level, the market's going to give you that retest. Look at this move on SPY. There's your retest. Boom. TP1 zone blasted through, guys. That is a trim zone if you didn't get first trim off of the previous one. But next trim zone is up here. I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss now on these SPY calls. 62 cents break even on the rest of the half. Now we can let these babies purr and run. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Nice winning trade, guys. Stop at break even on other half. All right. And then if we hit TP2, those calls will be in the money. I would look to trim another half, which would leave me with a quarter of the position on the table. And then again, you could raise your stop up to in the money so you're protecting those gains. But beautiful job there, guys, on SPY. We stuck through some volatility. I guess we were both right there, Ram. You made some money on the puts, made some money on the calls. But markets having a structural breakout, guys. It's a tough market to short right now, especially with the semiconductor strength. A lot of liquidities coming back into this tape. Quantum stocks did take a bit of a breather, though. So now you just let the position ride. If it stops you out, it stops you out, but at least you know you made money. All right. Now we just need Weeble to get going. That one's just been a dog. Say I believe more in you than me. No, you're a great trader too, Ram. Yeah, that's what makes the market right. I don't see everything. I'm wrong plenty of times. You guys are wrong. You guys are right. So I'm gonna lose a lot of money, make a lot of money. It's just the ebbs and flows, right, of the market cycle. Kevin saying, are you long bull? Yes, I have some lottos for tomorrow, which currently are down a little bit. Let me just see what they're priced at right now. Excuse me. I'm writing the 1150 calls for tomorrow. I'm down. Again, these are lottos, so the position's not that big, but I'm at 9 cents a contract. 9 cents. So I'm down on the trade. But I'm in bull. Anonymous asking, Cabin saying, I'll throw a couple mil at it, see if it moves at all. Anonymous saying, do you guys have regular jobs or is this everyone trading? I'm just full trader. Cabin saying, what the fuck is a job? Dom saying, I run two companies and trade when it's a hot time in the market. A job is my steady source of income, which I then blow off in the market. Yeah. Cabin saying, yeah, it's like, yeah. You live in Vancouver down by, I used to live in White Rock, BC. Nice. Vancouver, I'm assuming you live in Vancouver? Cabin? Is that where you live? Vancouver? Ram saying I left my full-time job once I started making profits. Listen, I mean, side hustles aren't bad either in this tape. You know, I manage some rental properties, short-term rentals. Yeah, Dom secretly owns Newmont Mining, the CEO. All right, markets are looking a little bit more bullish here yet again. IWM flagging like it wants to break out of an ascending triangle pattern. Your S&P 500 still holding technical structure. Your S&P 500 is still trying to make a push here. QBTS trying to make a move. Semiconductors are still doing the good old-fashioned float and grind. %100%, guys. Nailed it. Nat gas seeing a little bit of buying pressure. Crude oil still softening a touch. Where's the next trade, guys? Where's the next lotto banger? Friday. It's mess around Friday tomorrow. Hood is having a stellar day. Robin Hood. Nice bounce there. SE doing Boeing also having a really decent move today. Testing 218 has pulled back a little bit. Your IWM looks like it's about to break out, guys. Your Russell 2000 looks strong. Super strong. Peter saying my son lives in White Rock with his Canadian wife. Nice. Yeah, I love that area. Beautiful. I miss White Rock. I miss BC a lot. Construction and home maintenance company Dom's running. I have a job, remote one. I put some money into trading and trade that only. Can't say I'm successful. More gains on leaps or some swings. Yeah, trading's tough, guys. Trading is tough. I've lost a lot of money. You'd be crazy. Takes a while. And you go through these ebbs and flows, you know, you could be on a hot streak where you're just, crushing it, making bangers and bangers and bangers, and then the next month it could just be absolutely trash. You know, it's the market structure changes, right? But long-term investing, again, just buy stocks when they come into some depressed levels. Quality companies, they'll typically get bought up. Wow, look at this move on Tesla, guys. Tesla at 435. Oh my God. I literally thought it was going to bounce today. Oh, I wanted it. Oh, I'm so FOMO right now on Tesla. So FOMOing. Tesla's going, I think, back to the highs, guys. That's what I was saying down here. It was a buy. I just thought we were going to sweep that liquidity. Oh, they did it dirty. I really thought we were going to grab that volume down there. And you didn't even fill the technical gap, man. You came so close. I mean, that gap was just missed. on the daily chart. Damn. She's left the station. Yep, taking profits. I've sold a lot of stocks way too soon, but I've also not sold stocks and regretted it, right? NNE, 8.5%. Yeah, it's having a nice move. Nano nuclear shaking and moving off of the lows. Really seeing a big push in these nuclear stocks. What's uranium doing? Nice bounce. The whole market is acting more bullish today, setting up for its next leg higher. Space stocks getting gobbled up like it's nobody's business. Tempest AI, NBIS, ALAB, all of your high flyers. Big candle on ALAB. That one just is a beast today. MP Materials. That one's still pretty depressed down here. Probably is going to try to firm up at some point. Let's look at CRML. That one's back testing its 20-day into an interesting area here for CRML. Not a bad area for a bit of a lotto tomorrow. I could definitely see this name trying to catch some sort of a bounce tomorrow. I'd love to see it sweep one more time the low. But definitely an interesting zone here. Quite interesting. You've undercut that weekly gap fill. But yeah, I would love to see one more little low. Let me just zoom in on this. I mean, it might be ready. This might be the low that it's putting in right now, especially if that market's strong. Yeah, that could be the low in CRML for a bounce into tomorrow. Risky business. Let's see what some lottos are worth. CRML. Let's see where we're trading. If we were to get back to that gap fill, $16. How big of a move is that? Let's see. Damn, that's about an 11% move to the upside. I was asking about ISRG. We'll take a peek. I'm just looking at the chain here for CRML. $16 calls for tomorrow would be a huge lotto. $16 calls would only be about a 10% move. Oh, why are the spreads so wide on that? It's 100% spread. Are you kidding me? Come on. That's too wide. Even the next weeks are wide. Yeah, let ISRG cool down a bit. It's probably going to push at least to this gap fill, if not this high pivot here, 569. But let it digest this earnings move. Again, it's an institutional stock, so they're likely going to press it higher. But I can't personally chase it just yet. You had a nice gap up, a little bit of selling right back to the highs today. Very strong still, exceptionally strong. But it needs to form a little bit more of a range. I would say at least a week more of consolidation, but it's strong, very, very strong. Hmm. All right, let's flip to the SPY 5-minute chart. Market is still holding technical structure, guys. This is a big area though for SPY. Look at what we just retested. This was your bearish neckline. Your breakdown, that's why we put our TP2 there. That was your bearish neckline break where you had this waterfall sell-off. Now you've done a full round trip. That area, you need to get above that area today. If you start getting rejected, that's a bit of a problem. Bit of a problem. Sublet you a 10 by 10 bedroom for 2,000 a month? Yeah, for real. Cheap lotto play, NAK, $2 or 250 next Friday. So like tomorrow? Or the following Friday, like October 31st or tomorrow? Technically tomorrow's next Friday, or is it, I think you mean October 31st. Spooky? Spooky land? Wow, QBTS guys getting rocked here. Look at quantum stocks starting to come in hard here. They're shaking the tree on quantum land. They are shaking the tree. A little bit of a bear flag pattern starting to form. Intraday bear flag. Watch out. Let's look at this NAK. Northern Dynasty Minerals. Yeah, low volume pullback today, just sitting right on that 20-day moving average. 250 would be insane. $2 reasonable. It can do $2, but 250 is insane. I mean, I know this has a huge mover. Yeah, I mean, this one's probably going to make another bounce here. Um, you've got daily chart momentum. You've still got weekly chart momentum, but it is trying to soften up here. I mean, again, it's another lotto. It's not looking terrible. Obviously, the reason why I mentioned ISRG is because after earnings, when they sell it and catch up back, they have strength to keep going. Yeah, it's definitely got strength. It's definitely. I mean, if we look at that chart again, just from a daily chart standpoint, you held the majority of the gap. There was just some near-term profit taking, probably your short-term traders. But whenever a chart pattern holds, if you take this gap up move, which was an 18% move, you pretty much only sold off what, 25% of it, 5% sell there. So even with that low candle there, you were still up on the session 14%. So you held the majority of the gains, which is telling you that there is underlying strength. There was just some near-term profit taking, the shorter-term traders. And now you're right back to the highs one day later. But this could chop in a little bit of a range here, right? I think that before it breaks out, you're going to have to just let this settle down a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to pull back a ton, but if you see it dip back down to the low of the range, you can buy it up. I wouldn't chase it after this candle. Not me personally, but if you see it retrace half of it, you can nibble. But ultimately, buying back at the low of that range is kind of your area. But it should give you a little bit of an entry, a better entry than what it is here, I would think. All right, SPY losing a little bit of steam here. It's like a Tesla here. Everything's starting to come in a touch. Tesla's still ripping. It doesn't feel right to trace. You're absolutely right. That's crazy. Peter saying CNBC reports Commerce Department says not currently negotiating equity stakes with quantum computing. Thank you very much. That is insane. That's hence there's why they're selling in quantum. What a pump. What a dump. Glad I'm out. If that's true, those can give back all of their gains. We'll see though. We will see. What else do we got moving here? See, still a dog. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a bit of a break here. If anything crazy happens, I'll jump back on. I'm just gonna grab some lunch, do my scans of the market, and see if anything else happens. Let me do a quick check of something else here. All right, that needs to go. Let's punch in that ticker. Hold. Select the option. We're gonna do those calls and we'll take 34s. 34s, I think makes sense. Oh, the squeeze, eh? Really weird. You have to go with 35s. Not really worth the squeeze. Hmm. Okay. Can you believe, guys? Tesla went green. Tesla went green. Holy moly. What a pump. What a pump. That's filthy. Filthy mover. All right, guys, we have Mr. Trump set to speak. Uh, yeah, I guess I can stream it. Let's pull up the White House. So there's a bit of speculation coming back into quantum that Trump is going to, I guess, give it the golden touch again. Quantum stocks saw it pretty. Sorry, I was just doing a little bit of chin-ups. Uh, Quantum stocks are just out of nowhere, caught a bit of volume there. Markets have been grinding higher and higher. The good old-fashioned float and grind. So upside call options, trending day, seem to be the good bet. Just understand, anything can happen. All right, so we should have Trump soon-ish. Tesla, guys, I gave you that little short zone. I did scalp Tesla a little bit for a nice little gain off of that initial pop. So that was a little bit of a resistance zone that I had drawn there for you guys. Hopefully you're able to make a little bit of profit on that short side. It was an easy trade setup. You have to think Trump's going to spike this market. I mean, I find it hard pressed not to think. We're so close to the all-time high, guys. I mean, take a look at that, right? Market's just been quietly grinding. All-time high is not too far away. Quantum's Quantum stocks are still catching a little bit of a bid here, guys. Why isn't this turning? Okay, S&P coming in. Tesla coming in. Uranium still strong. Energy stocks are trying to make a little bit of a push here. All right, what's everyone thinking? A big push, guys? Big push in the market? Big dump, big pump? What's everyone feeling? Put your predictions in. Is SPY going to hit 672 or is SPY going to hit 673? We're kind of 50-50 right now. 673 or 672? Let's do a poll here. You know what stock is trying to break out, guys? You heard it. XOM pushing, energy ripping. Energy stocks are pumping. Pump it to the high side. Pump it. You got to pump it up. No one pump it up. Yeah, you got to pump it up. Do 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 do. Yes, I am back, Maria. I am back. Although I need to fill up my water bottle. We got Trump coming on, set to come on shortly. Supposed to be, I don't know. There's speculation in the quantum names, QBTS, that maybe, just maybe, there's going to be a quantum announcement. Natural gas getting clobbered, down 3% on the session. Very, very bearish inventory report. The crazy thing is UNG has barely moved, so that's kind of what cold is tied to. So they're doing some weird things in the nat gas market right now. Doing some weird, weird things. So there seems to be a little bit of a divergence between nat gas and UNG ETF and natural gas. But clinical breakdown, guys. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. You've broken to the downside. All right, SPY is seeing some distribution as we speak. Nice little dip there on your S&P 500. Maybe it's the dip before the rip. Who the heck knows? Yeah. No, I made a nice little scalp on Tesla. I was trading on the back end here. So it was a good little trade for me on the back end. And Don said I probably invested in gold. All right, everyone, short gold, not financial advice. Put that bear liquidity. No, it's not yet. But gold's softening from the highs a little bit. Just kind of consolidating right on that neckline breakout. So nothing to do there. For me, in gold, not yet. Oh, I have a lotto a resting buy order on a ticker. I'm hoping it gets filled at some time at the end of the day. I don't know if it will, but I'm hoping. One can hope. All right, what else are we looking at? Weeble's trying here, guys. It's really, really trying. That's what I was wanting to calculate here. Down on my lottos. If these Weeble contracts hit tomorrow, let's see what they would be worth. Again, it is a lotto, so keep that in mind. It's not likely to hit, but if it does, they will print. Huge fat candle. Oh my gosh. Trump must be like, is he speaking? No, not on yet. At least I don't have the White House. Got the White House page up, but he ain't on yet. So maybe, hopefully he's speaking on the main White House page. Really not too sure. All right, guys, markets are looking a little bit better here. SOXX new high of day. QBTS trying to rip. We'll see. We will see what it turns out to be. I guess, I don't know if Trump is speaking already. I don't have it on the White House, guys, so apologies, but don't know where he's speaking. If it's not the White House, it must be some other news presser. All right, let's all right, so if you're long SPY and you lose money, send Dom your invoice and bill. If you make money shorting SPY, then send him a donation. Dom C saying, straight letting amateurs nibble on the cheese to pull them in. Basically, this little bit of a pop on SPY he thinks is a fake out before a potential move down. We shall see. We will see. Weeble catching some volume here, guys. Making a serious push here. Look at Weeble flying. Holy moly. Whoa, 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 whoa. I like that. I like that breakout volume. Say, what? Where's that coming from? Where's that coming from, guys? Weeble trying to get going here. Quantum stocks are still trying to press here, guys. I don't know. It's supposed to start at 3, I guess, but Trump's, I guess, fashionably late. I don't even know where this meeting's from, to be honest, but we'll see if it happens or not. It's not on the White House, so it's probably on a different platform. All right, your S&P coming in a little bit. He's letting people bid it up. Weeble's having a nice move. That's all I can say. That's some serious volume. I don't know if there's news on Weeble. I'm not really seeing anything, but Tootsie Roll falls after the candy company warns of higher costs for ingredients. Uh-oh. You better stockpile your Tootsie Rolls this Halloween. Costs are going up. Goldman Sachs nears 1 billion deal for majority stake in XL Sports. U.S. Senate approves Trump's judge pick in Kentucky after scrapped Biden nomination. U.S. mulls Gaza aid plan. Blah, blah, blah. Imagine they squeeze this to 1150 today. Webull, that would be crazy. Another 2.4% squeeze. It can do it, guys. It can do it. Let me do it if you really want. We can do it. They are pumping Weeble here, guys. That's some big volume coming into Weeble. That's some big volume. SPY just sitting on a previous little support level. I'd love to see them pump Weeble into that 1150 area today. That would be pretty crazy. Falling wedge pattern, trying to break out on Weeble. Is this a weekly bottoming tail that's ending with? Maybe. SPY is getting a pump. Surfers is out of his 612 QQQ calls. Nicely done, Surf. Good trade. Beautiful little bounce there. We are seeing some extra liquidity trying to pump into the market right now. Stocks are a little bit squeezy. That's crazy. Yeah, I know that song. I'm not going to sing it though. I am not going to sing it for you. That's all I can say. Here goes Weeble. I was saying, would my 673 ZRDT calls would be in profit if I would have kept them? Usually they lost a lot of value going to expiration, but as it's going up. So it really depends on where you entered, what price you entered. But yes, you're right. As the day starts to come to that expiry, you lose a lot of that value. That theta burn kicks in very quickly with zero DTEs near the end of the day. Um, so, it really depends. Like we did do this wasn't that fast of a move, so it was a lot of chop and a slow grind. So, I mean, realistically speaking, zero DTEs, if you bought them here and sold them here, I, I don't know, you probably made more money. Like you haven't done much here. You haven't really done much. You would have to seriously pick some lows and then buy it. You'd really have to pick the lows. So like if you entered yours here, yeah, you sat through a lot of theta burn, just slow grind. Got them early in the morning. So you can check. I mean, what price did you get them at? Your 673s. I can tell you right now. Right now 673 SPY calls are 17 cents on the bid. Holy shit, big upset. Goldman is getting slapped. 17 cents. They're 17 cents now. You got them, they were like 10 cents, so 70%. 16 cents. Weeble trying to make a move, guys. Weeble. Weeble. Volume coming in. Breakout volume. A gold going up $40 in the next 30 minutes. That's a big guess, I guess. All right, Trump is walking in, guys. Fortunately, I'm not playing as they're not doing it on the White House, so. All right, Trump pump. Is the Trump gonna pump? Spy coming in. Trump's live. Tesla ripping still. Hey, okay, double bottom earnings tonight. Yeah, close. Could go either way. They gapped it down last earnings. Two earnings in a row, they've gapped it down. I'd let it go lower. Could bounce, but I think they're gonna gap it down again, and then that would be your buy entry. speech in the listening to it in my ear. I just don't. I'm not streaming it. If it was from the White House, I would, but she's dissing Biden right now. Dissing Biden in the auto pen, immigration, gangs. Cartels are waging war. Putting the bad ones in prison. They've seized 70 tons of deadly narcotics, Homeland Security, within the last month or two. Hate the threats. It's spies dropping here. A little bit of an aggressive long level, 1 minute EMA support. It's not much support, it's very risky, but there's some. Yeah, it's pretty much the same stuff, that's for sure. It's usually the same stuff. All right, a little bit of profit taking here. SPY is bouncing now at prior day low. A little bit of a decline coming into this market. It's a criminal talk. So 672 hit, guys. 672 hit. 50-50, the Bears won. Vinette asking, am I taking a position in Intel? No. No, I'm not. Are you taking a position in Intel? He's crazy. He's welcome. Chicago's getting very special care, guys. Anyone in the room from Chicago? Chi-Town? You mentioned Nvidia? Yep. Mark Zuckerberg, Jensen, giving them both a shout out, Meta and Nvidia. Did you finally sell your gold? What the heck happened there? Trump's done speaking now. It's Pam Bondi. Yeah, Palantir is a tough stock to short. It's very tough. Yep, tough on crime. Ah, interesting. Wave the magic wand. Let's see a green fat candle. Imagine they take it to 673. Let's see if they wave that magic wand into the close. Will they do it? Volume's coming in. Time for some Q&A, it seems. Huge volume. Semis, Weeble, XOM, QBTS, crude oil just chopping around, nat gas down 3.11%, Bitcoin still up 2.76, SPY cracked. Yeah, Pete's speaking now. Final 10, 11 minutes here in the tape. Looks like they're going to be a little bit of a, ooh, that's a drop. That's a drop. That was a nasty candle down. Look at that. Ooh, ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, ooh, damn. Yep, Pete's the war man. Speaking the war. Yo. Boom, boom, boom. Alakazam. Pete just dropped the market like it's hot. That was a filthy little decline. Right into that previous little neckline. Nasty drop on SPY. That was dirty. Little dirty. Defeat and destroy the terrorist organizations. Markets are still a little bit heavier. Cocaine, cocaine, Snow White, white powder, cocaine. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Although you know cocaine is a drug of Wall Street. You think Trump's done cocaine, guys, in his day? Think Pam Bondi's done it? Who's done more cocaine, Joe Biden or President Trump? All right, so crude oil softening a little bit, IWM still softening, S&P trying to bounce a little bit. Look what we're hitting, guys. Yeah, Hunter Biden for sure. That's the right answer. That's the right answer for sure. Oh, the apple maybe doesn't fall far from the tree. Trump doesn't consume alcohol, really? Wow, I didn't know that. Good to know. Not anymore? Interesting. Cool. Cool insights. I had no idea. Oh wow, I had no idea. Wow. His brother died in DUI. Can't handle it anymore. Good facts. Good facts, guys. Thanks for letting me know. All right, we need a rare earth metal announcement after hours. Come on. Give us a rare earth metal announcement. Look at that CRNL. Full round trip. Oh, Weeble is just disgusting, guys. It tried breaking out, and look at them. They just absolutely slap it down. I mean, just filthy, eh? Just absolutely filthy. Can't hold nothing. Tesla still at the highs of the session, remarkably strong. QBTS trying to firm up here. Jeez. Here comes maybe a pump. He's talking about Xi and China now. Yep, China. China. It's going tomorrow new all-time high on CPI? Probably. Gold still selling a little bit. You guys, markets are about to close here. Great trading session for us here in the live trading room. Beautiful profits on QBTS. Beautiful SPY long trade that we caught in those upside calls. Good job if you sat through a little bit of initial chop and slop, but we ended up getting the big move that we were expecting. Other than that, thank you everybody. Tomorrow is 0DTE Friday. We will have some lotto opportunities. I'm swinging a couple lottos into CPI as I think the markets probably gap up tomorrow into all-time highs. Nevertheless, we will see everybody tomorrow. Take care, enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.